Well, there's not many of you, but you are the finest people in the world. I have. I never cease to be amazed at the people who follow not only the show, the rest of the work, and all of it. It will never, ever. I'll never get over it. Um, Honestly, I think we posted that on Sunday morning, Sunday night. The things to come video. And when I woke up on Monday morning, I think that was the first actual full breath I'd taken in 4 months. It was like, it's been like, you know, those training things they have for football players where, you know, it's a sled, right? Well, that was the first time I haven't had to push that sled all day. It's amazing how much energy worrying can take out of you and how much productivity and focus and all the rest of it. It was like, well, frankly, last 3, 4, 5 months have been like playing chicken with a train. And there's a problem with playing chicken with the train. And that problem is that the train's not going to swerve, you know. and then it did. So anyway, I wanted to start the first words out of the show by thanking everybody who made those donations. I can't tell you how much it meant to me and how excited I am about getting on with the rest of this stuff. And honestly, I don't even want to talk about, I think, anything other than just raw, absolutely unfiltered, endless gratitude. I am very, 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 very grateful to everybody who made a donation. Very, very, very grateful. I found that as soon as I woke up that day, it'd be Monday, and then, you know, last couple days, I just realized I've got all this energy and optimism and enthusiasm. Let's get going. You know, let's get these things going. It's a funny thing, you know, because that kind of like chronic, acute worrying, it really is a killer. It just, you don't really realize how much it takes out of you until it stops taking it out of you. And anyway, I'm extremely, extremely grateful. Now, I have some good news to go along with this. Because of this response, well, first of all, we had a number of people try to sign up, and the website failed. So let me just explain that if you're one of those people. So what happens is when you become a member at BillWhittle.com, you enter your email address, your username, password, and then that's actually on a page for a company called Recurly. Recurly is an online bank, basically. So when you enter your financial information, credit card number, and so on, that's going to Recurly. We don't see that. The name, username, password, membership tier level, and your credit card numbers, it's on our website, but we never see it. It goes to this company, Recurly. And what we realized happened once we started seeing these members coming in and paying their money, having their money processed, and not being able to get into the members only part on the website, that was a wake-up call. So here's the problem. Several years ago, we had an app, custom app written for that. What the app does is it basically just pings Recurly on a regular basis, or maybe it gets Recurly to ping us. I don't know. These are arcane mysteries beyond my pay grade. But essentially, anytime somebody registers and their credit card information goes through and so on, and they get their membership, then that app is supposed to come back to the BillWhittle.com register, add the name, the email address, and all the rest of that stuff, so you don't have to do it twice. So this app was built 3-4 years ago by a guy who we paid, online guy, I think, and he got about, I don't know, 70-80% of the way through it, and then he just stopped working on it. He just walked away from it. So Scott had to band-aid the thing together and patch it up, And we think what happened is that as software is constantly being Steve Whoop says, one ping only, Vasily. Well, that would have been our membership drive for the last 3 months anyway. One ping only. But but we think what happened is as Recurly continues to upgrade its software, and we didn't, it just got to the point where Recurly just said, we're not talking to you anymore. So that's the bad news. The good news is we're working on it. We're getting, we're having to enter that information manually. We're working on these on a case by case basis. If you're one of those people that signed up for the membership. But the good news is, because of this this failure and because of the response, we're going to be getting a brand new website. The one we've got is just terribly slow and largely, Scotch taped together. And we've put out some bids online, and we're going to probably get it done overseas for as little money as possible. And that's something we're all looking forward to very, very much. One of the things, I'm sorry about that, Mike Churchill says he's one of those people. We sent an email out to everybody who we thought we got on the email list. We'll probably have to update that again on Monday morning. But we are working on it, and we're very grateful, as always, for your patience and so on. Okay, so now just to go into it real quick, Mike Churchill said it's just a word site, a WordPress site. It is just a WordPress site. That's the soul of simplicity. But it's a WordPress site that has to have a membership gate, and it's got to have the ability to go talk to Recurly. And so obviously when I put the bid out, I said we have to have a members forum. We have to have the membership door. We have to keep the existing videos and comments. If Fiverr's what I'm using there, Lady Hawk. And most importantly, and I've just put this as 3 asterisks, critical 3 asterisks, is it's got to be absolutely transparent to our members. It's got to be the kind of thing where you just check in and it's just so much different and better. Roadrunner wants to know if I've looked at OnlyFans. Are you speaking as a viewer or as a content creator? So it's got to do all those things, but the main thing is we've got to keep it really transparent. And unlike the last time or two that we did this, we are going to beta test the daylights out of this thing, and we'll make it live, and you should be able to just go over there. So it's just a, it's what happens when you just have to kind of keep patching things. So we're just going to stop patching them. We're just going to build it from the ground up. So looking forward to seeing what those bids amount to. I'm so sorry, Eric Blake for the win, and I don't even know if I want to repeat it. I won't, because nobody else will get it. That was damn funny, Eric. Okay, so anyway, that's on its way. That's great. Very excited about everything. So I had told Daily Wire that I would have the Frank Luke script finished by the 16th, which is Monday, and I'm not entirely sure I'm going to make that deadline. I'm going to be living here for the next 3 days. I'm going to try. What I found with the Luke thing is I'm, as usual, overwriting it. I think we mentioned a couple of weeks ago, if not last week, that when I did the like the John Paul Jones thing for America's Forgotten Heroes, it had to be 8,000 or 9,000 words, and I wrote 31,000 words, and all of this stuff is overwritten, and I actually spent a fair amount of time and a fair amount of energy trying to kind of compact this, and then somewhere in the process, not terribly long ago, I just realized, just write everything down, dude. It's gonna be twice the length it should be. Just write everything, and then that's what the second and third drafts are for. Write everything. I tend to extremely overwrite the scene direction, in terms of, it'll say something, a regular screenwriter would put, exterior desert afternoon, and it's like hot rocks baking under the desert sun. Period. That's it. But for me, I gotta describe every single beetle and all the rest of this crap. But in any event, it's really coming along. I'm really getting a handle on Luke. I very much like the way that the first act unspun with the action cutting back to the to the childhood, to the action, to the childhood, to the action, to the childhood. You can overdo that, and it's just now at the point where it's like I can just let it go because he's going to be getting into his airplane. It's not like I've only gotten that far; I've gotten much further, but I'm just doing this final like laying the asphalt phase down. So that's coming along really well. The good news is it is going to be finished I would say within the next. Well, I'm going to try and have it by Monday, but if I don't, it's not going to be long after that because it's really moving it now. And when that's done, I'll finally be able to put some effort and time back into things like Major Mace Mattingly and the interview show, which of course we're waiting for John at the end of October. I really wanted to start with John, and then there you go. Dave Big Booty says no more than 3 flashbacks per movie. Man law. Okay, fair. Agree with you. But if they're interspersed, if they're activated, just curious, Dave, because I haven't checked the book lately. If the flashbacks are activated by the sound of gunfire, in other words, gunfire fires in one place or a flak burst, and then it's an explosive concussive event in the flashback, do I get to pick up an extra 1 or 2 because I probably just need 1 or 2 extra, but it's flashing back in a very manly way. Anyway, I'm really, really looking forward to being able to get back to that. By the way, I should have mentioned this second. I'm going to have to keep this show tonight to 1 hour by the clock. And then everybody's complaining about they miss our reptilian overlords. Hang on a second, just because everybody's freaking out. Surrender and I'll make it easy for you. I hope that settled everything. Anyway, I am weary of the chase. Thank you. I wish I'd remembered that. Anyway, he's fine, and reminds me of a joke that I heard in 5th grade, and it's not a dirty joke. It's just a little bit insensitive. I'm not going to repeat it, but the punchline was George just fell over. Looks like the bamboo cannon did its job. So, okay. So I do have one quick little item of discussion, then we're going to jump right into questions, get as many of them as we can. Like I say, I got to do 1 hour only because I got to get back to the script writing. And here's the question. I found that when the Things to Come thing was a right angle show, and I wanted to make it a right angle show because it was aimed specifically at people who were watching right angle and hadn't become members, and so many of them stepped up. I was just, with a one-time donation, really very, very grateful. But essentially, that was, well, I said it right at the beginning. It was a written script, and I'm wondering, because it had a firewall feel to it. I'm wondering for those of you who've seen it, anyway, just really quickly before I get into the questions, if you saw Things to Come, and it didn't have Steve or Scott in there, and we're essentially just me talking to the camera firewall, is that good enough? Because it is so much easier to do that. It's so much easier to do that. I would be doing a whole lot more of them. I actually felt pretty good about it. I don't know. I don't know. It just seemed much easier. So I think there's something to be said about it. I just sat down and just cranked it out and just turned on the camera, read it. So, and I didn't have to go to this green screen and and the makeup and the costume and all the rest of that crap. Anyway, so maybe that'll be the way to go. Yes, good enough. All right, that seems to be the consensus. And obviously, you can still see the stuff just lying around back there. We're now. I just want to be crystal clear about this. Okay, it's not like we just went out and bought an $8,000 coffee machine, but we will. I'm going to be living in this frame for pretty much everything I do, and we're going to build out this frame. I've mentioned 100 times about the cardboard cutouts and just kind of making it look, a bit almost like Disneyland or something like that. But we'll move some stuff around and we'll light some stuff, and we might move that bookcase over to here because there's some really cool stuff on there, and we'll take it from there. Anyway, I'm glad to hear that because I'm gonna give it a try. In the near future. I didn't nearly develop any of those ideas as much as I could have, and I think it needs some more, obviously needs a lot. It's not just one topic, it's the topic of the year, I think. And it's just happening right in front of our eyes. Okay, so there we go. I've taken my 17 minutes and 30 seconds, so let's get into the questions and get back on that Frank Luke script, but then it will eventually be over, and when it's over, and there will be much rejoicing. Speaking of overwriting the first draft, as I bring up the members forum here, I heard one person talk about the first draft of anything, and I never forgot it. Because I thought it was right on. They basically said, don't try to build a village in the middle of the jungle. The first draft just clears the area. It just clears the area so that you can put things down where you want them, And I thought, well, that sounds pretty cool. So anyway, I'm real happy with it. I'd like to be further along, and I would have been further along, except that I've written 3 scripts instead of 1. And what I should have known is that's what I was going to do. So anyway. Build time is a function of, it's just a function of BDS. I've just had, BDS my whole life. Okay. Just having a look here. What we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. We got a lot of Jacob Bell checks. I feel like I have to knock some of this down. We had a bunch. Yeah, we're not going to get through all of these tonight. But I promise you we will do a good long one the second this Frank Luke's thing is done. All right, so we'll see what we can get. And no second helpings until we get to the first helping. So from Eric Blake, the man with the hat is in the office tonight. Come in if you believe in education. Hey, I believe in education. Hey, Ian, and thank you very much. Bill, the recent and brilliant right-angle episodes on education policy truly speak to something I've been howling with frustration about. You've often talked about the on-the-street interviews that constantly show how ignorant so many people can be nowadays. What's often overlooked in these videos is frankly something that royally pisses me off. Hang on one second while I check something. Yep. The fact that the interview will often respond to the ignorant answers with, and I swear, Bill, I'm not making this up, correct or just yes. And those uninformed U.S. citizens continue to be uninformed and are now happy in the ignorance. Let me just stop right there. I've almost got the name of this guy. So Mark Dice did these years before out on Santa Monica Beach Pier, and he still does one occasionally out there. But this guy, oh, I've got so close on his name. This guy went to New York, and Somebody Talks. It's Somebody Talks. This guy went to New York, and what he did was he would say, when did the United States get its independence from Great Britain? Not making this up now. 1964? Yes. He says yes to all of them, and he does it in a very arch way. And I remember the first time I saw him say yes, I thought it was brilliant. He doesn't have time, Eric. I'll get to the rest of the question, but he doesn't have the time or the inclination, I suppose, to stop these people and educate them. Fleckus Talks, I think. He's just going along for the show. And the thing I like about him saying yes, is you can see how pleased people are, about not knowing things. There's a new name in the super chat in YouTube from A Clever Fish. Thank you, Clever Fish. People need to learn to think critically. Keep up the fight, Bill. Thank you very much. I got a nice email from Bert Rutan and Dick and a bunch of other people up in the undisclosed location about this last video, and I said, well, Bert, thank you very much. We're going to be talking about storytelling and all of this stuff, but basically I don't want to be like, oh, tell me about your, I'm not interested in so much hearing the story of Voyager. Everybody's heard that before. I want to hear about outside the box thinking, and so I wrote Bert back and said, Bert and Dick, I said, Bert, I really I'd like to talk to you about how we know something is true, so we can define the limits of our mental box, our intellectual box, and then we can think outside of it, but we can't do that till we know what it is. And Dick, I think I'd like to talk to you about how beneficial it would be for young men to grow a pair of balls in the 2024. And Dick would be real good at that too. So everything is just looking just so good and so much better. Anyway, let me finish up the question. Frankly, this illustrates one of your final points of the Baltimore episode. The GOP and Moss is just sleeping at the wheel over this lack of education, as if they're content to just point and laugh at the idiots on the street. So the question is, why, Bill, is our side so lazy? Lazy. On educational reform, when the issue doesn't involve gratuitous sexual matters, it's just, hey, as long as it ain't my kids at risk, I don't care. Must investigate further. I don't remember if it was you or not, Eric, but when somebody talked about the first time they talked about the fourth turning, immediately once the topic came up, somebody in the comment section said, you cannot solve new problems with old solutions, something along those lines. And I thought that's actually really, really important, really important. You cannot. So look, how do I say this without sounding gloom and doom and hopeless? Because I'm the opposite of that. I think this fourth turning idea, if it turns out to be valid, it's looking valid. I think it's actually an extraordinarily hopeful thing, not a hopeless thing. I think it's a remarkably hopeful idea, because it's not the end of everything. It's actually the end of this. You spend half of the clock is going uphill, and then half of the clock is going downhill, and so that's just life. But it does mean that we're approaching the nadir, and after this thing is over, we'll get to, every day we'll get to hear something about America getting better and better and better, not worse and worse and worse. With that said, this crisis, this existential crisis that comes every 80 years or so, is going to reorder this country in a lot of ways. And this is why I chose, and I didn't put it in. I've got obviously several more serious videos to do on this subject, but this goes back to the Glacier Girl argument that I made a week or two ago. For those of you who aren't here, the super short form is P-38 Lightning made a pretty good, power out landing in the middle of the tundra in Greenland. They got the pilot out, everything was fine, and they just left the plane there. They just left it there. And many, many years later, they were checking through the records because there are not many flying P-38s. This is more or less the present, early 2000s, I want to say. And they realized, hey, one of them's missing, and they never accounted for it. It wasn't scrapped. It wasn't this. Where is it? It was left out there. Was it 20 years ago that they did Glacier? Good Lord. So anyway, so the whole point of this is these guys went out there. They found the wreckage of this airplane had been under all of this ice. This P-38 had been squashed flat as a pancake. They took all the pieces out, put them on a truck, brought them back to America, and then used all of those pieces as a template to cut new pieces of aluminum skin and all the rest of it. So the question was, and I was very happy with this answer actually, is when they were finished, out comes this P-38, looks like it was made yesterday, because it was. And so the question is this Glacier Girl, is it the same airplane? I'm quite sure that every single part on that airplane was replaced, although I'm sure they kept one or two just for sentimental reasons. So is it the plane that landed? No. It's not. Let's just say the plane was nicknamed Molly before he put it down. Glacier Girl is not Molly, but Glacier Girl is a P-38, and that's the thing that I really liked. I like that very much. So if you can follow that analogy, I think when we come out of this on the other side, it's not going to be the country that it is now. It'll be built out of different parts, but it will be a constitutional republic with the same constitution. That's the blueprint. These people who rebuilt Glacier Girl kept going back to the blueprints, and they had the templates and all the rest of it. So to answer your question about education, I think we simply, I no longer believe that we can stop. In fact, once I really started to get into the fourth turning, I realized that it's utterly impossible for any force to stop this unraveling and decay. It's not possible to stop it. What we have to do now at this point is we've got to start thinking of new solutions, but the main thing we have to do right now is we have to protect the remnant, and it's a pretty big remnant. It's at least, I would say, at least half the country, probably more. And what that consists of is, at least in my mind, is just essentially saying, there may be exceptions in certain states like Florida or Texas, but as far as the national, the federal view of public education is concerned, I think we have to just say that has corroded away. It's corroded away because it worked so well for so long, and then people just saw it as a food source, and they started leeching onto that thing. And you can take a few leeches, but then eventually get more leeches than you have, available space on your skin, and then that's pretty much it. I've always felt a great deal of sympathy for the people who are caught in inner city things. One of the things that I've forgotten his name now, the guy who wrote The Corner, which was the basis for the Wire TV show. The Wire's, I never saw it while it was on the air, but I watched pretty much every clip of it since then. It's about inner city drug dealing and stuff. It's fan-frickin-tastic. And that is a war zone, and it's the center of Baltimore, and we have 10 of them scattered around the country, at least 10 big ones, and a large number of smaller ones. This has been going on for 40 years now. So conservatives have tried their best to govern states responsibly, and I think they did a pretty good job. When Reagan was president in California was booming. All the aerospace companies were here. They actually made movies in Hollywood at the time. We had this tremendous agricultural output. And most importantly, California had a budget surplus, which meant that they could actually offer, and did for a while, offered California residents a free college education. It, in that particular case, you could make a pretty compelling case for it actually having been free. Obviously, it costs money, but it didn't. The government wasn't paying out. Well, I suppose it was taxing more than it was spending. Whatever the reason is, it was actually free. David Simon, yes, he's amazing. He wrote that. He wrote The Corner, and he also wrote a Homicide, Life on the Streets, I think. Anyway, these murder pits, like Baltimore and Chicago and downtown Atlanta, all of these places have been governed by Democrats for 100 years. It's not an exaggeration. Uninterrupted Democratic control of the mayor and the city council. I think in the case of Atlanta, it's something like 140 years now. When I did a show on this many years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, Atlanta was in the 130s or something. So what do we do about that? Well, if they keep voting for this, then they keep voting for it. And now, and this is the outlines of this next crisis, after 3 generations of welfare dependency, you can no longer make any reasonable expectation of people wanting to work their way out of poverty or having a pathway for higher education or any of this stuff. It's just gone. It's latent there. It's there, but it's not activated. And I don't think it ever will be. So this all is looking like, it's like all these parts of the country. If I had to kind of take a guess at what it feels like is going to happen, all of these parts that have been glued together in a certain order, Lego blocks, a better way to think of it. And all these Lego blocks, you built this Lego structure called, United States in 2023. All of these blocks are starting to come apart now, and they're going back onto the floor. And eventually, pretty much the entire structure will be nothing but blocks on the floor. Then you'll reassemble the blocks. It'll be the same country in the same way that it's the same blocks, but the buildings that you build with Lego blocks will look completely different. So right now, if I had to, advise people, I would say make sure that your kid is getting a real education. And that is the most important thing. There are many places where public education is still just fine, but many, many places where it's not. And it's not just a question of woke politics. It's a question of things like new math. It's a question of things like dropping the requirement for cursive handwriting, lack of a class on civics. You really almost have to. There's a tremendous market opportunity. I mean, a tremendous market opportunity, and I'd happy to be a part of that, but I'm certainly not either inclined or capable of doing it. But there's an enormous market for what would essentially be a standardized, not compulsory, standardized homeschool curriculum. In other words, some sort of deal where you could basically say to parents, this is what your child needs to know at the age of 3rd grade. And I would go right back to classic education on this, Not entirely sure I'd have them speaking Latin, but I would certainly think about it. I would give it serious thought. The tools that we have now, the educational tools that we have now, not the educational tools, just the tools, just the ability to look up anything and have the world's information at your fingertips in a fraction of a second. Think about what we could do with that if we had an let me rephrase that, an educated and curious population, number one. And number two, a little bit of discipline in terms of, how much time they're spending in front of the screen. Erica, you can say that Republicans failed in the inner cities, and that's prima facie true. I mean, it's true. But it's not like they didn't try, and it's not like they didn't go out there. The Democrats continued the big Democratic lie that was basically started in 1963 or 4 with Lyndon Johnson and the Great Society. We're going to start handing out money to inner city neighborhoods and other areas where there's real poverty. This also applies to, largely applies to many predominantly white areas in places like the Appalachians and so on. And it's been going wider and wider and wider since then. So so that system, I think, now is too far gone, and furthermore is unrecoverable. So there comes a point when it's like, look, it's one thing to jump into the water off of a pier and rescue a drowning kid, and I'd be willing to do that, and I'd be willing to go out and jump over and rescue a drowning dog for that matter, because I'm a good swimmer. But I don't think I would be willing to go out and rescue a drowning anvil, and that's what it feels like to me. It's like I'm tied to an anvil here. We're tied to an anvil, all of us together, and as far as the brass tacks of the matter are concerned, that anvil's going to the bottom of the ocean, and there's not a thing I can do about that. It's going to the bottom of the ocean, and that's going to happen. The only question for us now is, are we going with it or not? And I really think that's the lens that we're going to be looking at a lot of these problems through. It's not going to be a question of, can we help or should we help? I think the answer to that is yes, we should help everywhere we can. Anywhere we can help to lessen the impact of this. If we can actually help and make a difference, then we should be helping. But the challenge is going to be being able to make the call whether something is salvageable or not. And I'm convinced the public education system is utterly insalvageable. People are talking about public sector, public teachers unions. Well, you're not going to outvote unions in the areas where we're talking about, in local elections. Just not going to do it. So the teachers unions, the only thing that can change the teachers unions are the teachers unions. They're not going to change. So you've got your public school, okay, and you've got unionized teachers who can't be fired if they're no good. They can't be fired for their politics, if they're putting their politics into math. There's nothing we can do about it, so it's time to walk away. Now, here's an interesting point, because Dave Big Booty said the government education system. The education system that we've all grew up with and that we've had here for, 200 years maybe, 150 certainly, is an industrial era education system. And what it's designed to do is to generate conformity. It's an excellent system. We went to the moon using slide rules and doing the math in our head, but it was still designed to Infidel 42 says to train factory workers, right? Just get them up to, basic literacy level so they can read, the warning signs or the instructions, and then, off you go. So I think when we come out on the other side of this, not only are we going to have better educated people, they're going to be much more widely, divergently educated people. They're going to be a lot more people who are good at a lot of different things, because that's one of the great things the internet gives you. Long time ago, when I was talking about this, when Thad McConnell first mentioned this, so that was, 2007, 8, 9, somewhere around there. He was talking about the information age economy. He was holding up an iPhone, and he said, I can buy steel from China right here in this restaurant right now, have it delivered to my door. The government can't regulate that. And that got me thinking, and the thought experiment was, so what do you do for a living? It's like, well, I work for an insurance company. Is that all you do? Well, yeah, that's my job. Do you have any hobbies? Yeah, I like to make duck decoys. You any good at it? I actually think I am very good at it. Okay, so you could make duck decoys and sell them online, or you could put out a video course on creating duck decoys, painting them, and how you go about all that. You put that online and sell it. Any other jobs you had in the past? Well, I worked as a commercial truck driver for. Okay, so there's that. So instead of this is your job, this new economy, you can get smaller amounts of money from many more different places. There's a lot to be said about that, in favor of it, and of course there's a lot going against it, and the thing going against it is the lack of security. But if you got enough plate spinning, apparently you'll get by. So anyway, I don't think it's so much a failure the part of Republicans, Eric, as it's just the big wheel turning, and it's going to turn one way or another. Okay. Jacob Belchak has many questions today. Jacob has been so patient. I'm just going to go through these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're kind of short. I'm just trying to see if we're shorting anybody else. Okay, well, I regret that I don't have more time on these tonight, especially after the tremendous response, but I am actually limited on time tonight. So let's take the first one anyway. Hail Bill, hail Jacob. I have many questions today, didn't mean to, but they just kept coming as I was writing. Please copy and paste them for next week. I think if I can get the script delivered, I'll have a lot more time next week. I guess since I've officially been a member of BillWhittle.com for 1 year, I wanted to treat myself to some extra Whittleness, you fool. Please pick your favorites and I'll ask the rest next time. Okay, so that's kind. All right, that first question's kind of tough. Hang on, let me see which one I want to do. Two of these very interesting. I'll take them both. I'm going to take questions 3 and 4, so because they're great. So from Jacob Belgic, I've heard a lot of recovering leftists that say, "I didn't leave the left moved away from me." Do you think that the fundamental ideology of the American left has changed? Can you trace the roots of modern leftism all the way back to 1776? No, you cannot. You cannot. You can trace the roots of modern leftism back to somewhere around 1826 or so, but essentially, really, you can trace the roots of modern leftism back to October 25th of 1917. Because what people are calling leftism today is Leninism. And Lenin inverted Marx in order to put a fig leaf over his revolution. That's communist thinking. Marx was relatively obscure, and I don't want to be misunderstood about this, but when Marx was writing Das Kapital and the Communist Manifesto, the guy actually had a point. He wasn't right, but there was a legitimate problem. Early stage in capitalism, industrialism, was horrific. Little kids working in my entire generations of my family, 5 generations of my family worked in textile mills in Lancashire. So we probably lost several fingers going back down the family line, caught in machines and child coal miners and all the rest of it. That actually happened, and that was grossly out of balance. And that's where Marx, by the way, picked up the term capitalist, because in those early days, in order to play the game of the economy, the second age industrial economy, you had to have enough money to build a factory. That's why on Monopoly, the guy is fat because he's well fed, and he's got a top hat because he's part of the aristocracy. He's holding a big sack of money, and you can tell it's money because it's got a dollar sign on it. That's a capitalist. And while Marx was right about that, that is certainly not the case today. Hasn't been the case for a very long time. One of the things that has been with us since the word capitalism, that Carl conveniently leaves out of the equation, is that if you're I'm not saying that you could do this with luxury, mind you, don't get me wrong, because salaries and all the rest of it, but at least theoretically, the workers are able to buy stock in the company. They can become owners of the company to some degree. And so it's not like they're locked out. But yeah, in order to start a business, you had to have, well, certainly the equivalent of millions of dollars of today's money. You had to have enough capital to go out there, clear a field, lay the foundation, bring in the plumbing and the wiring, build the structure, furnish the structure, all of this, staff it, all of it. That's what you had to do before you get your first product out the door. Now, you don't need any of those things. You don't need a brick and mortar office. You don't need to individually staff people. You don't have to transport people from place to place. The conversation that we're having right now is, well, at least with the live conversation, it's a two-way street. And Zoom calls and conference, all this stuff means that you don't need to have a lot of capital anymore, and you haven't for quite some time. What you need is a good idea, and I'm a living example of that. I mean, I came to this punditry business with essentially nothing other than a couple of opinions that I thought about, and people seem to like it, so here we are. But I didn't have to have any capital to start this business. When we get on the other side of this unraveling, things are going to be really glorious. This fourth turning theory of the seculum theory of human history is depressing because we're coming out of an unraveling. We've been in an unraveling for 20 years or 30 now. We are now well into the crisis, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. But on the other side of this thing, and I think we'll be fine, by the way, most of the people watching the show, I think we'll be just fine. I think we'll be as safe as a the 6-year-old boy was in Kansas in 1944. But when we get out on the other side, it's that period immediately after the crisis where the whole society moves forward. So it's like a jump forward after the crisis, then it slows down, and then it stops, and then it collapses a bit, but it never collapses past the point where it started, not even close. So it's almost like a sort of an elliptical kind of thing. So Pete 7, 2017 says, it's depressing, sir, because I do not want to live to see it fail. You're not going to live to see it fail. I'm not a psychic. I'm not saying you get hit by a bus. Let me go to that question, because I think this is really the root of the issue. And I'll come back to this leftism in a minute. What's destroying this country, the unraveling of the crisis and destruction, is all the result of an ideology that should have been, and very nearly was. When you see Empire of Terror, you will weep at the number of times we came that close to having Russia not only avoid communism, and Leninism's never born. So, I mean, like I said, everything downstream of that. There's no Korean War. There's no Vietnam War. There's no communist China. There's no, Venezuela. There's no Cuba. None of it. That close 3 or 4 times. And so that ideology has taken root. That ideology could not govern its own society, but there's something about that ideology that envious people who are often very smart, who feel left out of the culture, kind of people who are like maybe professors, or kind of guy who owns a bookstore and he's read all of Shakespeare and he can translate Proust from the French and all the rest of it, that kind of guy. Then he looks across the street from his tiny little bookstore and he's just making enough money to buy a can of generic soup, and across the way he sees this big, fat, loud, vulgar, cigar-smoking, functionally illiterate car lot owner who's got a really, really nice house and all the money he ever needs. And people like that see people like the car dealer and think it's the car dealer's fault. He shouldn't have that much, If somebody's, we need to take from him so he has less, and give it to me so I have more, because I'm a much better person than he is. That's the essence of the appeal of Marxism. is it's a bunch of people who think that being smart about something means that you're worth more than your market value, but you're not. You are worth, I'm not talking about the worth of human life. It's really important to say that, not because I want to be misquoted, just because one of the big challenges we're going to face is knowing how to draw the line on our side so we don't become overly hateful or anything like that. So what I'm going to think of the best way to put this here. Market value for a human being, there is no market value on human life. Human life is, in my opinion, sacred, and I've said many times, if we've got 2 people or 5 people in a submarine at the bottom of the ocean, intact, and we can deploy the U.S. Navy to rescue those people, it costs millions and millions of dollars, I say absolutely do it. The people are worth more than the money. Now you could say, well, they're not, and you would be right in that extremely limited thing. Yes, you're spending a lot more money. Let's just say for the sake of the argument, it's the last thing I remembered. Let's say for the sake of the argument that what we thought possibly could have been true was true. That the Titan submarine had gotten snagged, let's say, on some of the rigging of the Titanic and was attacked down there. And it was just a question of getting resources out there, cut them loose and have them come up to surface. Let's just say that was the case. So I'm 100% in favor of sending out whatever assets we need to send. And we're talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars. And you can make the point that no individual citizens are worth that kind of money. On some level, you'd be right. But what's not factored into that mental equation is we function as a society because we know we're going to be rescued. I'll go back to Dick Rattan for this, and I'll talk to him about it in detail. But Dick has the best story ever about this. So I've mentioned it once or twice before. I'll give it to you real fast. This is the kind of society I want to live in. That's why I'm describing this topic. And then I'll come back to the left in a second, Jacob. So Dick told me the story. He was one of very few, less than 150, I want to say, numbered flight crews called Misties. Misty was a call sign for FASTFACs, fast forward air controllers. During the early parts of the war, we'd used, World War II, we used Piper Cubs, and we were using, Cessnas or these Broncos, just flying over slowly, trying to figure out where to call in the bombs and the artillery, because that's what we had. I'll get to those super chats second, thank you. And they were just getting shot down or just getting swatted like flies. So the Air Force said, well, we're going to have to try something different. So what they did was they took the F-100D, I want to say, which is a 2-seat version, and both of them were pilots. It wasn't like a Rio. It wasn't like you had a guy in the back who couldn't fly. It was 2 pilots. They just rotate around. Every one of the pilots in that program had a Misty number. I forget what Dick's is, but essentially Dick is Misty 136 or whatever, and he's the only person with that, and that is a tightly knit family. Anyway, so these F-100s are roaring now, real fast and real low, marking targets and getting in and out of there before they can get shot down. So while a typical mission, like a bombing mission in an F-105 in Vietnam, might last for 2 hours, 2.5 hours, these guys would have tons of extra fuel tanks on board, and they would just essentially orbit for 6, 7, 8 hours, some of these missions. And they would have to just hang out, and then they'd get a call saying, we need to know what's going on over here. And then they'd go scout the place out and report back the reconnaissance, and then everything else happened. So that's the story. So Dick was saying he and his partner were flying, one of these holding patterns, waiting for tasking. And I don't know, I think it was a Navy pilot. Navy pilot got shot down and had parachuted into the jungle. And so this was not uncommon. So immediately we mobilize, we're sending helicopters in to pick him up. Dick is talking to the pilot on the ground. He can talk to him on the radio because the handheld radio headset is very short range, and Dick is pretty much directly over his head. So that's the only way they could communicate with this guy. And they went in to make a rescue attempt, and the ground fire was just too great, and they blew the helicopters away, and they tried to soften them up a little bit. And then somebody somewhere made the call that, okay, we're not going to rescue him. It's just too hot. We can't do it. And so they said to Dick, who was in the air at the time, Dick, you got to tell this guy we're not coming for him, that we're just not. And Dick says, that was like getting hit in the face with a 2x4. I think his words were something along the lines of, we have a deal. I have a deal with you, U.S. military, U.S. government. We signed an agreement, and the agreement was I'm willing to put my young ass on the line and risk it getting shot full of holes. I'm willing to do that. And one of the reasons I'm willing to do that is because I know you'll live up to your end of the bargain, which is if I do get shot full of holes, somebody's going to come and get me. That's the deal. I'll fly over hostile enemy territory. I'll take that risk so long as I know that if I get shot down and I survive it, somebody's coming for me. So he says, well, no, I'm not going to tell him. So anyway, this thing gets real nasty. And it's all on the radio. So Dick is just saying, I'm not going to tell him we're not coming for him. So that back on the ground, this thing gets walked up all the way to a colonel or a general or something like that. And that guy gets on the radio and says, Ratan, I'm giving you a direct order to pass this information along. And Dick said to this high-ranking officer, he said, all right, sir, I will relay the message. Tell me what I should say. What do you mean? He's like, just write it out, sir. Just give me the words. I will repeat the words as you quote them to me. Just tell him we're not coming, Captain Rutan or Lieutenant or whatever it was. He says, no, sir, I don't know the language. I don't know what language to use for that. I don't have the language to use for that. So you're going to have to tell me, sir, exactly what to say to this guy, and you say it to him, and I'll just relay the message. Well, when it got to that point, I think the generals either got the message or they backed down or whatever. So they said, all right, you pain in the ass, Rutan. We'll go try again. So they did go try again. And they got him out. And Dick said he was the nastiest son of a bitch he's ever seen. He tried to get Dick court-martialed. A bunch of other people said, now I really wish I'd left him in there. But the point is, that's the kind of society I want to live in. And that is the antithesis of Leninism and communism as we know it. So your question was, how far back does the modern left go? People say, I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. One of the people that said that, I think verbatim, was Ronald Reagan. So the greatest conservative president of the century, maybe ever, in terms of philosophy, was a member of the Democratic Party for most of his life. And he didn't just say, oh, the Republicans are better. He said, I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. The actions and the statements of John F. Kennedy would make him a right-wing extremist today. So left and right are not good terms for this country. Originally, somebody here in the comments section will check this out for me, but originally left and right meant in one of the parliaments, it might have been Vienna or something, I don't remember which, maybe it was Berlin, you had the socialists on one side on the left aisle, and you had the monarchists or the conservatives were on the right aisle. That's where left and right came from. But those terms don't really apply here, because people want to say that the opposite of modern leftism, if that's left wing, then conservatives are right wing, and right wing is totalitarianism and fascism, and so your choice is either you want to be a commie or a Nazi. That's basically how they phrase it. When I did the Cold War, at the very beginning of the very first episode, I said, okay, we need to understand who the teams are here. So all of these political terms are changing all the time. Let's just pick two terms that have been consistent and that don't carry a great deal of emotional baggage like liberal, conservative, or whatever. The two teams are the collectivists and the individualists. Those are the two teams. That's always been the two teams. And when you break it down that way, history makes sense. one of the things that I saw some student question, I don't know, was questioning, I don't remember who he was questioning, but he was questioning one of our guys who had an education. And this student said, so you're saying that the communists were leftists? Yes. And you're also saying that the Nazis were leftists? No, the Nazis were right-wing. It was the left-wing communists, the right-wing Nazis. And this guy from our side said, don't be ridiculous. Look at these two systems. Look at Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union. They're mirror images. They're identical to each other. Let's just lay it out. Control of guns of the population, Nazi Party, yes. Communist Party, yes. Democratic Party, now, yes. Conservatives, no. Strong centralized government, Nazis, yes. Communists, yes. Democrats, yes. Conservatives, no. Protection of individuals above the collective need of the society. Communists, no. Nazis, no. Democrats, no. Conservatives, yes. And it just goes down that way. I think it was Jonah Goldberg who said that the battle between the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, he said it was like Coke fighting Pepsi. They're both colas. They're just rival colas. And I thought that was really good. So left and right are just not really good terms. Suffice it to say that people who had never had, we'll just deal with the meaning of the word even when I was a boy, but the meaning of the word liberal. If you were a liberal up until the 1960s, that meant you believed in liberal policies. And liberal policies would be things that were revolutionary, like private property, freedom of speech, freedom from the government interfering, trial by jury, presumption of innocence. These were all liberal ideas. And they have been liberal ideas. And then along come people who don't have those values, and they worm their way into the name liberal, and then they start doing anti-liberal things in the name of liberalism, and they become more and more fascist as time goes on. So, yeah, I mean, you've heard this 1,000 times. When people, you really want to deal with the term liberals, I am a classical liberal. I'm a liberal in the Jeffersonian sense. I don't believe in monarchy. I don't believe in aristocracy. I believe in private property, freedom of speech, all those other things. And when people say, well, you're not a liberal, why do you call yourself a conservative? The answer is, I am trying to conserve those liberal values that have been unseated by people who are authoritarians. You're the fascists. Well, we're on the left, the fascists are on the right. You are behaving like fascists. You want to silence speech, you want to censor books, you want to control the flow of information, you want to do all of those things. You want one-party leadership. You're a picture image of fascism. So labels are something you have to be careful with. I hope it didn't go by. Oh, there they are. Let me just get these real quick. Let me expand this out 1 second. Sorry about the delay. Talk amongst yourselves here. What do I want to do? Let's try you. All right, hang on. It's very important. Very important to get this right. Okay. First of all, Crispy Mofo 1776. Thank you for the super chat, $10 super chat. Crispy Mofo 1776 has got a really nice ring to it. I really, really like the sound of that. I get the feeling that's going to be a kind of a name that's going to be useful in the immediate future. John Phillips with a $5 super chat. Thank you for all that you do. What I've come to realize is culture without religious morals will not work over time. May God protect Israel. Amen to that. Maybe deal with some questions about that in a minute. And then from our friend Sad Wings Raging with another $20 super chat. Thank you. Just remember, Bill, what was the average age of the Cheka members? Too many have been indoctrinated for too long. Reason and logic will not sway Marxist ideologues. Exactly. One of the chapters, because I did 8 episodes of Empire of Terror, which is getting close to being ready, by the way, and is really, 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 really good. When it's ready to go, I'm going to see about 1 month free membership. I tried a year and I was laughed out of the room, but I can try to get a month anyway. I'm really going to push hard for that. But in episode, I want to say it was 4, I think, one of the sub-chapters, the episode was, I forget what the episode was titled at the moment, but one of the sub-chapters was reason and character. That's in quotes. And it's the story of Pyotr Stolypin, who in 1905 was given power by the Tsar as prime minister and minister of the interior. And his oblast, his region, his state, was the only one that was peaceful and orderly, relatively anyway, during the big uprisings after the Bloody Sunday Massacre in 1905. So he looks at this, what was once a very unruly oblast, and sees that it's managed. Everything else is on fire. He brings the essentially the governor of this region to Moscow and basically makes him in charge of the interior, and then a few months later makes him prime minister. His name is Pyotr Stolypin. Stolypin took a look at what was going on in his country. Nicholas II, Nicholas Romanov, the last Tsar, his grandfather was Alexander II, and his grandfather freed the serfs, and he did it, I want to say a year and a half before Lincoln did. And he didn't free hundreds of thousands. He freed something like 11 million serfs, like that. And he realized, okay, they're no longer owned. They're no longer the owned property of the people whose land they're working, so we got to get them some land. So the Tsar just kind of, lets the chips fall where they may. And what happens is, after the emancipation of the serfs, they go to something called, unenclosed property rights, I think. So you would have an agricultural field, and if you looked at it from the sky looking down, it's nothing but cross-hatching. It's like plaid. Looks exactly like plaid. Line, and then other lines, at weird angles, and then it's just a mess. And what happened was, they had let the peasants own not areas of the region, not little private gardens or farms. They let them own individual rows. And so you would go out there and you might tend to your row, fertilize your plants or whatever, and you go down the line, and then you would have other rows, but they'd be on the other side of this machina, something like that. So you had to carry your wheel over other people's rows to get to your other row. Everybody's always fighting. There's always an argument. There's always he stole my land, he stole my row, he's encroaching, blah, blah. There were no boundaries. It was what was the word again? It's not undefined. Anyway, so Stolypin looks at this and sees that this thing's just a catastrophe. And he convinces the Tsar, let's take the same amount of land, right? We're not going to add anything. We're going to take these commonly owned farms that have individual rows and other individual rows over here, another set of rows over there for one person. He says, we're going to take these things, we're going to wipe out all the rows. We're going to divide it up into equal parcels. Those are going to be private farms. We're going to enclose them so there's no argument about whether or not you're farming my row or my land. Here's the wall. Grow your own food. And he did this throughout the Russian Empire. A roadrunner said it collectivized. He was actually decollectivizing. These serfs had been freed, and he wasn't talking about putting them on a big state farm. They were already on a gigantic state-owned area. He was saying, what we need to do is take this huge area that everybody's fighting over and murdering each other over, and parcel it up, give everybody their own boundaries, their own gates, their own walls, and then let them go and let them keep what they grow. And if they grow more than they need, then they can sell it and make a profit. So that Stolypin did these reforms in, I want to say 1911 or something like that. After 4 or 5 years after Stolypin put these reforms in place, Russia was producing more grain than Argentina, Canada, and the United States combined. 30% more than those 3 countries combined. They were the number 1 industrial growth in the world. They were everything. They were just moving like crazy. It was a miracle, except it wasn't a miracle. And of course, Stolypin was assassinated by socialists because he said, let people work hard and keep the results of their hard work. He said, essentially, a peasant that doesn't own land, who doesn't have his own farmed land, his own borders, his own walls, is never going to be independent. Is always going to be dependent on the whims of the state. Words to that effect. And so the Tsar he fell out of favor with Nicholas II relatively quickly because Nicholas had an almost supernatural ability to make the wrong decision about things. So Stolypin was eventually out of favor. He wasn't fired. And there were 10 assassination attempts on his life, and the 11th one got him. They shot him dead in the Kiev Opera House. He lived for a couple days after he was shot, but shot him in Kiev Opera House. And every time I think about Pyotr Stolypin, and by the way, look him up, just Google him. In that episode, I clearly made him the anti-Lenin. Lenin was small, bald, ugly, hunched, intellectual, mean-spirited guy. Stolypin was tall, handsome, very brave. Lenin was never. Anytime things got hot, Lenin went out the back door. He was extraordinarily careful about his personal safety. Stolypin would walk into crowds of rioting peasants and just calm them down. So Lenin takes over. Stolypin's been assassinated for 6-7 years. Lenin takes over, undoes all of the Stolypin reforms, and all of his output goes to zero. Now the people are starving. You have the first terror starvation under Lenin. 8 or 10 million people die, mostly Ukrainians and people from southern Russia. And so it's not like we can't figure this out. You've got people in a monarchy who are slaves, and they are producing X, which is not a lot, because what's the point of working your tail off for the guy who's whipping you and who owns you? I'm going to do as much work that day as I need to not get whipped, and that's all I'm going to do. So now all of a sudden you're freed. Here's this collective land. You get the tragedy of the commons, all the rest of it. Everybody's fighting everybody. So Russia continues to be more of a basket case. So now you're X down, you're X minus, you're minus X. You're producing less than you were when it was owned by a monarchy. Then along comes Stolypin and says, no, let's just turn these into private property. And now you're making X to the third power, just like that. And then along comes Lenin and goes back to communism and collectivism again. And now you're negative X cubed. It's like New York City. Worst place in the world, getting more and more crime, leading the nation in murders. And then a Republican comes in and brings in law and order, takes New York from being the most dangerous city in America to not even being in the top 20. That lasts for 20 years. And as people get used to New York being a safe, ordered, reasonable place, they first elect a Democrat who called himself a Republican in forms of Bloomberg, and then they voted in an actual communist. Now New York City is a uninhabitable pit. Okay, so there's your evidence. Scott Bates says, I literally check Daily Wire for this every day. When is it coming out? I had been told it would be November. Scott, that seems about right for me. I don't know when in November. I'm going to say, if I had to guess, around the middle. They didn't give me a date yet, but it is about the middle. I've done, so I get the first cut. They wrote the episodes, obviously. We shot them. And then when they've got the first cut, they give them to me, and I put down notes, and usually that's 120 notes. A couple times they just really nailed it, but sometimes not. So those notes get incorporated, then they give me a second cut. I make a second pass of notes, and I don't see that second pass. That's what's going to air. But man, it's really, really powerful. Anyway, hopefully that'll answer the story about left and right. How are we doing here? All right. We're already at an hour 14, so we'll go to an hour 30. And I'm sorry about having to make this short. And please copy and paste them. We'll get them to them next time here. Rodney Rowe. Okay. Okay. I'm only going to be able to do one more, and my apologies to Charles Tomes and to Roadrunner. Eric Blake knows where he can. Chris Taylor again, but Rodney Rowe is a name I haven't seen too often, so let me get on the cogitation spectacles here. Then we'll see. If you saw, by the way, if you haven't seen it, then go look for Things to Come, because when I'm talking about that upcoming series, I put in about, I don't know, 10 seconds of the 4-camera output, and it just looks like a feature film. It's just absolutely breathtakingly gorgeous. And it is, as I said there, I think it's the most compelling case against communism that I've ever heard of anywhere at any time. It is a trial. And some of these notes got a little contentious because, they would just slug things in. You see this a lot on YouTube shorts where it's like, Einstein didn't know what the answer to the quantum problem was. And so they'll drop in like stock footage of a 14-year-old going, this is what editing's devolving to. These people have been excellent. I don't want you to give me the wrong idea. They're fantastically talented people. Their graphics are insanely great. But every now and then, I had to basically say, look, this is a murder case. The reason that we need to have this graphic with the quotes and the words on the screen is this is Lenin talking about murdering his own people. This is as close as we're going to get to videotaped evidence. Otherwise, it's hearsay evidence. I say Lenin's a bad guy. They say, what the hell does this bozo know? If I'm quoting Lenin again and again and again, plus Trotsky and all the rest, if I'm quoting him, there's no denying it. It is first order evidence. It's damning, compelling evidence that convicts him beyond any reasonable doubt. So I was astonished that I thought Lenin would, because he died in 24, I think. So he was only there for 5, 6, 7 years. And then the Soviet Union went on for a long, long time after Lenin. But I thought the whole thing was going to be about the history of the secret police of the entire Soviet Union. But everything I looked at, everything I researched, everything, it just kept coming back to Lenin, 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 Lenin. Everybody says, oh, it's Stalin, Stalin, Stalin was... no, Stalin wasn't the architect. Stalin was just a really good student. Stalin didn't build this thing. Lenin built it. Stalin, put a turbocharger and dual exhausts on it and, buffed it up and made it much more efficient at killing people. But it's all Lenin, all of it. All right, so anyway, Rodney Rowe. As the member who badgered you for over a year to live stream on YouTube and turn on Super Chats, I feel good. Speaking of which, thank you very much to Wes Cagle for his $5 Super Chat, saying, the firewall, you're not a liberal, says it perfectly. One of my favorites, the gal on the left likely doesn't know who the guy on the right is. Thank you very much. One of the things I'm looking forward to, we get this new website up, is getting all of that stuff really organized and easy to use, with like small thumbnails. You see all the firewalls, presumably in order if we can do it that way. So that's something I'm looking forward to. And our friend Ian Branson there says the crispy handle. That's a CSR headline. Could be, common sense resistance headline. Okay. So anyway, back to Rodney Rowe. I feel great that you've embraced taking the money on the table that's there, but there's still more laying around. For the love of God, please enable YouTube channel memberships and super thanks. I know you prefer for people to join BillWhittle.com, but you have to know I am perfectly happy to do this, but you have to meet some people where they like to be, and that's super thanks and YouTube channel memberships. I don't know if you're here right now, Rodney. Whenever you see me reach for a pen and paper, you can rest assured that you have my undivided attention, because I know how Bill's mind works. So we got the super chats going. What was the other thing? The YouTube channel memberships. Does anybody out there know is that just a switch? Is that something I can go to on my channel page and just turn on? Because if so, I will do it while the drives are still spinning. So thank you, and thank you for all of your support, and thank you for pushing me down this road that I was, really reluctant to go down to for reasons I mentioned in that show. No, I'm you're 100% agree. And by the way, I would, first of all, any money that's either lying on the ground or hanging low, I feel like I'm a rewired guy after this crisis. I mean, I am very, very different about the way I look at money after these last 5 months. Very, very different. So yes, I'll take all of it, and I will see if that's something I can turn on. Let me see. Just go back to the comments section here. It takes 30% off the top. Well, I'd rather have 70% of something rather than 100% of nothing. So, Steve Whoop says it's 30% to dickheads. Well, yeah. I feel that way about YouTube, obviously. I have a special hatred for YouTube censors, who I know for a certain fact to be some of the most ignorant people in the world, who are convinced they can arbitrate what people think and say. So yes, it bothers me that YouTube gets some of our money. I will point out, and this is important to understand, that cash flow between BillWhittle.com and YouTube is overwhelmingly from YouTube to BillWhittle.com. Overwhelmingly. I hated YouTube so much that I resisted getting the YouTube premium membership. I resisted it for a long, long time, and finally got to the point where I was doing so much research on looking for things on YouTube, I'd have to sit through all the commercials, and finally I just said, I'm wasting money, I'm wasting time here. Monk in Training says, Bill, stop. If you're using YouTube memberships, you might as well start a channel on locals, better free speech, and you keep all the money. Okay, so I don't think it's either or, right? So let's just turn it on. I mean, you don't have to go anywhere else. I went to, I was a big follower of Odin's Men, and JT is pushing locals. He's pushing them like he's, selling lifeboat tickets on the Titanic. He's pushing them really hard. And I admire that. I think he's overdoing it a little bit. I think he's overplaying the I've got to monetize thing, but I'm not going to tell him how to run the business. He's much more successful at it than I was. However, locals is great. I've been so focused on all this other stuff. The Luke script has to get finished, and when it's done, I'll have 95% of my disk capacity will be, clear. But I will look into locals. I'll do locals, and I'll also do Cameo. And I'd like to go back to doing, we did this for a short period, like to go back to doing a weekly Zoom call with members. I don't think, is there an upper limit for Zoom? That one is going to need a moderator, because that's going to be a two-person show. That's going to be a bit of a problem, but we'll sort it out. Anyway, let me go back to the rest of the question here. Yeah, I'm just getting Luke out. I got to get him out the door. Also, please watch this video from Jeremy of The Quartering, who's offering to Skype or whatever with any creator to show them how to upload all their content to the alternate platforms with the click of a button. One setup, and you don't have to do it again. I know The Quartering. That's astonishing. All right. I am extremely motivated, more motivated than I can remember being ever. This crisis was so hard on me, and the response was so remarkable that I just feel like I've just been reborn practically. Hang on one second here, one thing at a time. If you're worried about the collapse of the right angle views because of the algorithm, then take your content to where they will not suppress you and just let it grow. What do you have to lose by talking to him? Nothing. And here's a link. Thank you. Please, Bill, we all want to help, even those of us who are the poorest, but at the bare minimum, you should be placing your content on every platform to maximize your reach. You should be on Odyssey, Rumble, BitChute, TipeeeStream, etc. Once again, turn on Super Thanks. Oh, Super Thanks is different than Super Chat. I remembered that. I will do that now. and channel memberships, it's free money on the table, 100%. I will absolutely take it. Nylon Song says, "Hi Bill, I'm a BillWhittle.com member. Why exactly are we dancing around the elephant in the room?" I've noticed that there's a significant number, 25 or 30 elephants in the middle of the room, and I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I'm sure you're right about it being an elephant in the room. If you could clarify that for me, I'd appreciate it. Meanwhile, I just saw something show up here. It's an important point. And where is it? And Monk in Training says, "Bill, if you're using YouTube memberships, you might as well start a channel on locals, better free speech, and you get to keep all the money." So thanks for that. Where was it? Here it is. It's a question from Chris Elsasser. And it was Stalin a psychopath and a megalomaniac? Stalin was, without question, a sociopath. The single great driver of Stalin was paranoia. Virtually all the people he killed, he killed millions and millions. Nobody's killed more communists. No one's come close to killing more communists than Stalin. He's killed tens of millions of communists. Live stream on Rumble simultaneously. I'll get to that. It says Sad Wings Raging. The super chat, till end of the year, they have forgone the 20% they take. Had rather help the guys that don't hate us conservatives. Yes. And by the way, I'm beginning to notice now significantly over the last 3 months, a number of significant content providers who are now leaving YouTube and going to Rumble. I think this is the beginning of water coming through the dam, and it's gonna burst very quickly. So yes, this is all superb advice. So let me just back to Stalin for a second. So Stalin was teased his entire life. He was they called him Pockmark. He had smallpox when he was very young. Killed the people in the house next door. He survived, but you never see this. There is one piece of footage out there, and it's hard to find, but there's one piece of footage where you see Stalin without all of the makeup they put on him to hide these smallpox marks, and he looks like a sponge. He looks like a sponge. You can't believe it's real footage, but they would ladle the stuff in. They just like with a trowel and just kind of smooth him over, and just add some color. His face was completely destroyed by smallpox, so he was self-conscious about that. He was born with 2 toes on his left foot webbed together. For me, make me a little bit faster in the pool when I was a kid. But for Stalin, in a small village in Georgia, this was very bad mojo, very, very bad omen. So there was that. As I point out in the episode on Stalin, I'm going to give it away. I'm just going to tell you. Yeah, because I consider these shows to be insider baseball. So at the end of episode 6, we bury Lenin. And episodes 1 through 6 take place inside a dungeon in the Lubyanka. The set is practical. It got bars on the windows and lights coming down. They got this heavy steel door that I can slam shut. That's practical. And then behind it, you can see the hallway that just goes all the way back. There's door after door after door, and the lights are there. That's all CG, and you can't tell. It's perfect. It's one of those LED video volumes. It's fantastic. So episodes 1 through 6, I'm in underground in execution bunkers. But after the Great Terror in 1938 and after World War II, everything moved outdoors. They weren't shooting nearly as many people. They just sent them out to the taiga to die in the gulags or work them to death. So the last 2 episodes take place with me outside. And if you go back and look at that clip on that I had on Things to Come, you'll see it. But at the beginning of episode 7, it's the first episode outside of the Moscow dungeon. The chapter subtitle is called The Deadliest Blizzard in History. And you know what? I'm not going to spoil it, actually, because I would have to go through it too fast. I'm not going to spoil it. But I was very, very, very pleased with the little kind of, writing prestidigitation that I was doing. It was a nice little, it's just a nice little device on that. So I expect we'll be seeing that probably within a month. If not within a month, then certainly no more than 6 weeks. That'd be my estimate. There's that. Okay, so I'm definitely short on the questions, but it's an hour and 30, and I have to get back to Frank Luke, who is, he was such a great kid. He just was an amazing kid. And I found 4 nights ago, I've been working on this script for 5 months now. And I've looked for everything I could find on Frank Luke. And then 4 or 5 nights ago, I found an archive, Arizona State Archives or something, and I found 6 pages of photographs of Frank Luke that I had not seen before. Or at least 6 pages that had referenced Luke. And certainly saw 10 photographs of Luke that I'd never seen before. And the difference between him in 1917 and 1918, he looks like he's become his father. He just is a different man. The war killed him before the war killed him. And what a great kid he was. What a great young man he was. And it's been challenging and fun to walk the language back to that time, because they spoke so much better than we did. I will read you a small selection, unauthorized advance of one little line of dialogue, and I will set this up for you in a minute. So you want to set up the clip? Yeah, I'll set up the clip. Hang on. Getting there. A lot of pages. Okay. So here's what this little snippet of dialogue is. I was just mentioning having to write for the period. So this is a true story. Eric says, at least we'll hear how good Bill is at dialogue. I wouldn't consider this my best dialogue. I think it's appropriate dialogue. The reason I picked it was reasons as you'll see in a moment. So they had a competition every year at Luke's high school, Phoenix Union High School, Fighting Coyotes, Go Coyotes, and got torn down, 20 years ago or something. Classic school, double columns, beautiful school. And as a measure of how much different things were then and how much tougher things were then, that they had an annual contest. And the contest consisted of, I'm not entirely sure of the exact number, but I think it was 8 boys apiece. There would be 8 seniors, 8 juniors, and 8 sophomores. And each one of them had a flag. I wasn't able to find out what color flag, but I went with the blue ribbon as the first prize. So the seniors have a blue flag, the juniors have a red flag, and the sophomores have a yellow flag. Luke is a junior. And the event, which was sort of blind-eyed, right? It was not an official event, but it wasn't stopped. They could have stopped it. They didn't stop it. I think they actually encouraged it. In fact, that's what this whole dialogue is about, is that, well, you'll hear it in a second. And so when the coast was clear, these guys would form a circle, and then let's say, okay, go. And then it would be, so 8 guys, 24 kids in an ongoing brawl, trying to get their flag to the lanyard, to the little clasps on the lanyard. They're not allowed to punch each other, but they are not only allowed to, but encouraged to grab them, drag them, throw them down, push them down. All that matters is getting your flag on that flagpole. So Luke had been a junior running back, star running back. They said he was the hardest hitting linebacker, hardest hitting fullback in the state. 2 years earlier in 1914, Phoenix Union had a big rivalry with Prescott, the Prescott Badgers. And 2 years earlier, in 1914, Prescott beat Phoenix Union 40-0. So I had a chance to write a little fun dialogue in there about that. The year that Luke was a junior, they played Prescott again for the state championship, and Phoenix Union beat Prescott by a score of 83-0. 83-0. So anyway, in terms of the script, right after that, there's this giant. You don't hear this word anymore, except in terms of online. However, it was just a rumble, just a big gang fight. And people were getting bloody noses, and there were broken arms, and there were all kinds of things. But this was really important. It was especially important to Luke because he'd been really, really good that year. But the senior was a guy named Ed Brooks, and they called him Cripple because he had really good moves. Different time back then. And Luke spent his entire junior year, championship year, under the shadow of this guy Brooks. So here's a chance for Luke to get even. So it's just going to be just a brawl. First time chat from Rone 2312. Hi there to you too. So on it goes. There's this gigantic fight. It goes on and on and on. Luke is actually fighting so hard that he gets stripped out of his pants. They were calling him BVD for the rest of the time. And Luke is. This gives me a chance to show how obsessive he was. But the main thing I had to set up at the beginning of that scene was I wanted to show the attitude of the system. Okay? The attitude of the system, which means that what is the position of the school on something this violent and this competitive? BVD stands for, BVD is a brand of underwear, has been for quite a long time, I think. So I needed somebody to speak about what's the official position on having 28 boys brawling and practically knocking each other's teeth in order to get their flag up the flagpole. And hence the dialogue. So here we go. The entire class is assembled out in front of the school, flat grassy field. There's a flagpole off to one side. That's the flagpole in question. Phoenix Union has these marble stairs that go up. It's beautiful. It's like a forced perspective thing. There's a giant marble door, and it's just one big door. So the scene opens with them running down the American flag. At the end of the day, they're lowering the American flag. The entire school is out there with their hands over their hearts, watching the flag come down. Once the flag is down, the principal comes out of the front door, and he says, "All right, may I have your attention, please? In keeping with the continually falling standards of decorum we continue to experience, what was once a simple ceremony of mutual respect has in recent years devolved into nothing more than a mob of ruffians involved in a vulgar and disgraceful street brawl. Therefore, I am once again canceling today's class ceremony. If I should see any boy involved in fighting of any kind, that boy will be expelled on the spot and will be made to repeat the grade next year. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir. Yes, absolutely." And he says, "Good. Now, as is my custom, I will retire to my office where I will be deep in prayer, study, and the writing of letters, so I do not wish to be disturbed for the next 2 hours. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes." "Okay, very well. You're all dismissed for the day and may go about whatever business you need to attend to." So, with a good actor underneath that dialogue, he lightens up that last bit. Now as is my custom, I'm about to go to my office for 2 hours, and I won't be seeing anything. So that's the blind eye thing. And the final scene of that scene is Luke is just defeated, and he's utterly defeated, and you see the principal inside a classroom leaning off to the side. He's looking at the window. He saw the whole thing. He watched the whole thing. He's smiling the whole time. He wants it. He thinks it's good for the kids. I think it was good for the kids. pride, toughness, competition, all of that. I tried to catch the position of the school, which was, we grow men here, so we really like this entire thing. We think it's great. However, a lot of kids have gotten injured, so we can't just keep doing it. We could cancel it, but we don't want to cancel it either, so we have to basically double think it and newspeak it. So he basically says, that society is going to hell. This used to be a respectful little ceremony. Now it's turned into a brawl. Anybody I see involved in any fighting whatsoever is going to be expelled and repeat the next grade. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Okay, now I'm going deep into the school library for 2 hours, and I will not be out for 2 hours, so go about your business and do whatever you want to do. And that to me was the essence of what that school system was, because that's the only way to justify what actually happened. And what happened after that is just priceless. That's when I decided I wanted to do the Luke story, when I heard what happened right after that. So anyway, that's the principle. And one of the reasons it's taking so long, and I don't know how to explain this other than to say that Daily Wire bought the rights to a book called The Stand by Stephen Slaughter. It is a detective story that is so meticulously researched, sourced, and everything. It is the Bible, especially of Luke's final flight, which had been in acrimonious debate for 100 years. So Steve is just nailing these points, nailing them. And so the reason I wanted to do this story was I wanted to make it accurate. I wanted it to the first title is, what you're about to see is not based upon a true story. It's not inspired by a true story. It is a true story. To the limit of our historical ability, this is exactly what happened. So I'm writing this scene, and I've got this scene where Luke just knocks this Prescott defensive tackle over, left tackle, knocks him over. Luke kept doing that all day. And so I've got a little scene where the Prescott head coach comes and talks with this kid and says, what's your position with left tackle, coach? Yes, that means you're supposed to tackle him. You're a year older than him. You've got 3 inches and 50 pounds on him. Coach, I've never been hit that hard. So when this defensive tackle gets knocked down by Luke, he really rang this kid's bell. So as the head coach, and this injured defensive tackle, left tackle, are walking off the field to the sidelines, he says, Penn, yes, sir. What's my name, son? He says, Coach Hart. Full name? Frank Hart. Okay, good. What position do you play, son? Left tackle, coach. Correct. And what is the job of the left tackle? To tackle the running back, sir. Son, you're on a roll. So how is it that the fullback keeps tackling you? He's a junior. You've got some blah, blah, blah. So I had to come up with the name for the head coach. Any other writer or me on any other script, I would say, Johnson, Coach Johnson. That's what, get it. Just plugged it in there, Coach Johnson. Moving on, and something just came up and started just nibbling on the small of my back. Just like, what? What, Bill? What? What is it? What is it? And I'm fighting this fight with myself, and it's like, and I'm saying, this was a real event. This game actually happened. That means that the Prescott head coach has a real name. So you need to find out what that name is. And that took me an hour. Finally, I found I had to pay a classmates membership. Remember, classmates, it's how you got in touch with people before Facebook happened. I had to pay a $30 classmates membership because classmates had a copy online, a digital copy of the Prescott, Arizona 1914 yearbook. And I figured there's a good chance that it would be in there. And sure enough, the head coach of Prescott Badgers in that 1914 game was named Frank Hart. The name Ed Brooks, otherwise known as Cripple, he was the star of the Phoenix team that year. Stephen gave me the names in his book about some of the running backs, and I use them by first name, and I don't know, it just feels right. It just feels right because really, honestly, I don't imagine anybody would have caught that. I don't imagine anybody would have caught that, but I would have caught it. And the point is, if I go to that much trouble on something that trivial, then I'm basically taking that much trouble on on everything else. So I just like this kid a lot. I like him a lot. He's the two pictures I'd seen of him prior to working on this. He looks, like this, and it's like, what a mean-spirited, arrogant bastard he must have been. He used to play football, but he's just one of those jock dipshits. No, he started a music class. He started a dance hall, taught minors how to dance. He fell in love with this girl when he was in California training down on North Island. He's becomes briefly, for a period of about a week, he's maybe the most famous man in America. And they send him on a pass to Paris, where everybody knows his name in Paris. He's in all the newspapers. And here's this incredibly handsome young guy, famous ace of aces, American ace of aces, just just running up this incredible score, looks surrounded by all these girls, and he just says, I just got bored. He just went back to base. He wrote letters to his girlfriend. And I've done a show for Father McTeague, Robert McTeague. I've done several episodes of his radio show called Stations of the Cross. He's a wonderful man, a really brilliant man. I have great conversations with him. And Frank Luke was an extremely devout Catholic, extremely devout. So I said, well, Father, they're going to go out camping. What would he take? And Father McTeague told me what a devout Catholic would take if he spent a Sunday out in the middle of the wilderness. So I've got him doing all those things. It's so overwritten. I'd like to think that maybe do a director's cut of it, but in any event, I'm very pleased with it. It's not taking longer than I thought because I'm writing slower. It's taking longer than I thought because I'm writing 3 scripts. But that's what I did before. Make it fit in the box. You got a lot of content. Okay, that'll do it. I'd like to thank the members of BillWhittle.com for supporting this as always. And if you're watching this and you're one of those people that just went and made a one-time donation based on that last appeal, you have no idea how much that meant to me. And that's not in the slightest way to take away from what the members do every single month here. But on this one occasion, I am extraordinarily grateful, as is Natasha, and I'm going to knock this thing out, and then we're going to start making some real progress on all of these other things. And I think after this, this horrendous couple of months, I like to think, and I'm going to ask you to hold me to this, by the way. I already feel on the other side of it that this is going to be just completely energized, and we're going to get this interview show going, and that's going to be fun, and we're going to get Major Mace Mattingly, and that's going to be fun, and all the rest of it. And if it turns out that most people are okay with me doing a so-called firewall like this, reading a script, it's much, 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 much easier, which means it's much more likely to happen. And clearly, whatever it is that I do in that format has to be written, because moving to America had its moments, but when I'm writing, it can be pretty decent sometimes. Okay, so again, thanks for all for the membership, and thanks for all the help from all the members, and again, for those who made that one-time donation, you honestly have no idea how much that meant to me, and I will never forget it. I'm very, very grateful. So we will see you next Thursday. It's slim chance that I'll still be working on this by then, but I think if I'm still working on it by then I've got a little more time, so we'll sort it out. Anyway, chances look bleak for Monday, however. That would be 3 in a row. Yes, Mr. Tomes, could you just hang on there when I cut the recording here? That'll do it. Thank you again for everything, and we will see you next Thursday and next Monday if we can. Everybody take care out there, and what a great group of people you are. So thanks. Okay, that's Twitch ended. And same for you fine people on YouTube. Again, I'm breathing again. Got a bunch of guys here about to turn blue. We're breathing again. So again, thanks to all of you out there on YouTube land. And we will see you certainly next Thursday and hopefully on Monday. Okay, thanks.